God. Okay, we're fine. I forgot to check my thing. Restream. Hold on. We need to check the other thing though. Oh, okay. Here it is. 73 gigabytes? Man. What do they feed those bots? Am I right? Am I right? Just kidding, just kidding. Yeah, we are not recording anything because it doesn't matter. This is chill, this is chill, this is chill. Is this chill? Well, it is what it is. Paranormasight, the mermaid's curse. Oh, I'm 11 minutes late. I'm 11 minutes late because I've been watching a movie. I watched Hamnet with my mom, which was pretty good. Which was pretty good time. Maybe even really good time. It was nice. It was a good movie, especially the ending. Maybe it was a little slow in like first two acts. Maybe. I'm hearing some screams from outside. Why? Anyway, yeah, Hamnet, pretty good movie. Good female acting, very good female acting, very good, I wouldn't say adaptation. It like recontextualizes Hamlet by Shakespeare, which is pretty good idea, pretty good execution, everything is pretty good. Yeah. Good movie. Anyway, paranormasight. A recap of previous events. Let's do it. Let's start from here. Okay, so Yuzo Minakuchi is our main character. He's an ama diver. And ama divers are specific underwater divers that operate in specific parts of Japan. They like localized in Japan. And they dive underwater to get stuff like oysters and shit, okay? So, hold on, I need more stuff. Culture society. Isabei is a city. Here's the island. We localized, Yuzu Minakuchi is localized in, I don't remember any words connected to this game, in Kamishima, which means a turtle island. Kamishima is an island in Ise Prefecture near Ise Bay. Ise Prefecture and Ise Bay are real places in Japan. Kamishima, though, is not a real island. It's a fictionalized island. How Yuzu Minakuchi came to become an ama diver. His grandmother and his mother were both ama divers. His grandmother is still alive. His mother and his father both died in an accident that happened in Kamishima 5 years ago, which is crucial to the plot. It is said that the accident may or may not was caused by curses, and specific curse called the Raging Wave Curse. Yet again, happened 5 years ago. Yuzo has a best friend whose father also died in an accident 5 years ago. Right now, Yuzo came back to Kamishima. After his parents' death, he went to the mainland, was studying abroad, kinda, like in the mainland in Japan. Then he came back here in order to investigate his parents' disappearance and death. They are missing in action, and because they were missing in action for so long, they were considered dead. But Yuza doesn't really believe it. He thinks his mom was a weird person who came to Kamishima, and she had bad reputation because it was said that she was the bearer of the Raging Wave Curse, which may or may not be true, and not really sure. and now because of that Yuza also had a bad reputation in the village. So he was just on his first day of ama diving, we did like a diving mini game, and after that some villagers immediately told him not to do it anymore, which is interesting. For some reason Yuza, in a game timeline, we are in August 7th of 1980 something year. It is unclear. Well, I know it doesn't matter. So it's 80s Japan. And yeah, Yuza dived. Then the next thing they did, they were going around the town asking about Yuza's mom. Yuza learned about the curse. Yuza learned that his mom was weird. Initially he thought his mom was a mermaid, but then it turned out she maybe is not. We don't, unsure, but unlikely. The last thing that happened is that Yuza's grandma agreed for Yuza to tell Yuza the truth, and she was like, oh, we should meet at this place. But when Yuza and his friend came to this place, his grandma was already dead, and there was like a line of murders that happened on Kamishima, which is actually connected to events happening with this character, whose name is Sato Shiranami. Sato came to Kamishima pretty recently, a couple of months ago. And initially we didn't know anything about her unless she was friends with this girl who's here. Her name is Tsukasa Abao, I think. I can show you I can show you her portrait. Tsukasa Abao, here she is. Tsukasa is not really important character, but she is cool and helpful and cute. Tsukasa was born in Kamishima, was raised here, but now she goes to university in a different city on the mainland, and she came here temporarily on like summer vacation type shit, and she and Sato became friends. And it was said, initially we didn't know what Sato's story was, but the last time we learned that Sato is actually immortal girl. I know this sounds not really related to Yuza's stuff, but bear with me. We learned that she is immortal girl, and she's not just any immortal, she's 800-year-old immortal. It is said that you become an 800-year-old immortal when you eat a mermaid's flesh. So Sato herself doesn't know how it happened that she became immortal, but she literally, like, she got assassinated basically in the middle of the plot somewhere here. So other people also witnessed that she got assassinated. She got a huge, like, not scar, but a huge, what's the word? Wound on her chest, and the wound like got grown together, and she got reborn or whatever the fuck. Resurrected. Here we go. Here's the word. She got resurrected on the eyes of villagers, and she also was found. Initially, she was found by that other guy, who's a local, Shinobu Bakamura, who's a local like magnate, rich person, and he only let Sato live with him because he knew that something is up with Sato and that she's immortal, and she initially was dead, but then when he found her, she became alive, something like this, and yada yada yada. Shinobu Bakamura also gives a shit about the Kamishima Island, and his main priority is to get the curse of raging waves, who he believes is real, and he has some ties with alcohol, but not like hard to explain. Anyway, he knows the curse is real and he tries to break the curse, and in order to break the curse, he will talk to his mentor, whose name is Yoshiatsu Yamashina, and this guy is a like old man who's super rich, who does a lot of legal stuff, and his main interest right now, being 70 years old, is to achieve immortality. So this guy looks into mermaids and immortals, and he really interested in like any mermaid related stuff that he could find. So he and Shinobu had a deal that Shinobu will give him Sato and Yoshiatsu will give Shinobu a way to break the curse of raging waves. So right now, Sato in a very tricky situation where she doesn't really can't do anything. She has no choice basically as to be sacrificed to this old guy who's gonna probably experiment on her and find out what's up with her mentality and all that. Also, while Sato was on Kawashima in Wakamura residence, she got a phone call from a guy who told her that if she's not gonna go with him, like get to the ferry of the island immediately in an hour, he's gonna start a massacre on Kamishima Island and he's gonna kill all the women on the island. That's what happened. That was so from the user's perspective, but we didn't have any context, and here in Sato's line we got some context on what's actually happening here. And also, Yuza's line ended with Yuza may or may not be beheaded, but we're not really sure about this. It also may turn out that Yuza have also some sort of power. It is very like ambiguously staged, so we don't really know if Yuza is actually dead or is it like some bullshit. Anyway, that's it about Sato. Is it? I think it is. That is about Sato. Sato in a difficult position. She also witnessed some people being killed. Oh, it's also said that the person who kills people on Kamishima is not specifically the person who called her, but an assassin, a person who's wielding a curse, who kills people, like assassin with a curse, whatever. It's complicated and annoying, whatever. Third character, Yumeko Shiki. Yumeko Shiki is a part of Tokyo Paranormal Affairs Bureau, and she travels with a guy whose name I don't remember. Where is he? With Sodo Kiryu, who is an actual psychic. Yumeko herself, she's just a housewife. She doesn't really have also a lot of paranormal powers or anything, but she's kind of like a medium in a sense, not like a spiritual medium, but medium, a person in the middle between like this person and the outside world kind of type thing. She's also very knowledgeable about occult, and her husband is a part of Paranormal Affairs Bureau. He's like the main guy. She's cool, she has a lot of knowledge. From her we primarily find out about mermaids and immortals, and from her we find she was the only person who interacted with this guy, Yoshiatsu Yamachina, in a different timeline, well, in her own timeline of a story. Also, they initially came to this area, to Issa Bay, in order to resolve the curse, the raging wave curse, but they get sidetracked because it was revealed that the multiple people became mummified, turned into fish, and it's like its own curse. Is it here? Versus mermaid mummy. Yeah, they all became like mermaid mummies. It's not here. Why are they lying to me? They became multiple people became mermaid mummies, and it's not here. It's not here. It is also may not have been that Yuza's mother actually survived and she lived on this other island in Issa Bay, and now she also become a mummy. We could find this all out because this guy has a special ability that helps him see faces of people who are deceased. Like, no matter how bad parts of their bodies is destroyed, he still can like psych his way and see the face of a person and then draw it, and they would have a portrait of a person, which is really useful. He has a lot of good abilities as a psychic. And this way he researched, he used his ability onto mummies, and one of the mummies was a woman who's very suspiciously looked like Yuza's Minakuchi, mother Mara Minakuchi, who may or may not have been a mermaid or whatever the fuck. And also, there was another curious case that those two investigated. Was they found a part of bones I don't remember where they found it, but they found parts of bones. This is a very lengthy explanation, I'm sorry. Parts of bones, and it was said that first of all that the bones was cut with something very, very sharp, and also because of psychic power they found out that it was curse that cut the people's bones, and it was the same curse as assassin on Kamishima that's going on right now. It was the same like curse that cut the bones and that cuts people right now on Kamishima. It's kind of weird. And it is also said that people's bones been dumped in a specific place in Ise city, Ise Bay, for like what's the word? In the periods of 10 years. So like the last bones was dumped there like 5 or 10 years ago, and before that 10 years ago, and before that 30 years ago, and I think it was said it was up to 15 maybe. Hold on, I think this we can check. No. Curse of raging waves, psychic sense, curse, occult, traditions, Ryoko, Mami, Tomokazuki, Seaman, and Doman. Excuse me, where is my investigation, Heike? The heike. Oh yeah, the curse was called the heike curse because it comes from people from heike family being resentful towards people that destroy them in medieval Japan. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, here we go. Toba seabed skeletons. Caves in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure in Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated at least 5 bodies. 5 bodies. Identities are clear. Different times. 6 years ago, most recent body, and we have a sketch of a person from most recent thing. The remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So that's that about Himeko. You see how all of those are kind of connected in between each other, and they going around like very similar issue, and all is surrounded by the raging wave curse. And there's also this guy whose name is Arnav Barnum. He is, we don't know who he is. He may be a bad guy. We're not really sure. We first met him on Yuza's path, and Arnav Barnum, and he travels with a girl psychic whose name is Cicely, what's her name? Circe Lunarlight. I was so close. Circe Lunarlight, who's also a psychic. She's a strong psychic. We encountered her on Yumiko's timeline. We don't know what's up with them. We have very vague idea of them, and we know that they also searching for mermaids. Yeah. I don't know. Let's continue Sada's path. Sada reveals her circumstances to Totsukasa along with the secret of her immortality, and she searches for a solution to her problems. She received a threatening phone call. After refusing the demand, Sada is killed by the shadow of a mysterious armored warrior that appeared out of nowhere. The slash from the curse leaves Sada with a large wound in her chest. She dies, but only for a moment, and then resurrects in front of everyone, revealing that she is not a normal person. She escapes in the panic, unsure of what will happen next. August 7th, 1980-something, night, Kamishima, Kamura residence. Huh? Was I asleep? Oh, right. I got attacked out of nowhere, right in the middle of Chuo Street. Every time I come back to life, my head's always foggy and my memory all over the place. Let's see. After I was cut down, everyone saw me resurrect, so I panicked and started running around trying to hide. But in the end, Mr. Wakamura found me. He told me to stay put in the house and keep my head down. Sounds like things are getting pretty chaotic on the island, all because of me. Well, not really. Apparently Mr. Wakamura told everyone he would handle it, which helps smooth things over. What now? What now, indeed? Any stickers? Hold on. Surrounding. It's already pitch black outside. It's quiet, too quiet. It's putting me on edge. Spooky. Kamishimaro still in his usual spot. It's really reassuring to see him. Thank you, Kamishimaro. Thank you for keeping morale high. Surrounding. It is kind of scary. Entrance. No signs of everyone out here. I wonder where Mr. Okamura is. Look at this. Shoes outside. Slippers inside. That's the way of life. That's the way of living. Telephone. The phone's quiet now. Let's hope it stays that way. This is scary. Think. So now everyone knows I can't die. Be that as it may, I've still got something I need to do. This is it. Time to see through it. Time to see it through. Today's been so hectic. I need to take a second, gather my thoughts, and figure out what comes next. Curse of Raging Waves. Right now, over the southern sea of Kamishima, the Curse of Raging Waves is creating a huge storm that has started to churn the sea. They say it can whip up a violent storm without warning. This is the kind that can flip a boat in an instant. Mr. Okamura plans to hand me over to Unkakudono to find a way to stop the curse. That handover is supposed to happen tomorrow, but Shitaro is against the plan. This morning he asked if I ran away with him, escaped the island and flew to Tokyo. Oh yeah, I still haven't given him an answer. I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. I can't go with Shitaro. As for how to actually stop the Curse of Raging Waves, the information Tsuyu gave us this afternoon might help. Oh yeah, they talked to Tsuyu, but we did not see it. I should go over it again to get everything straight. Okay. Threatening phone call. Earlier today, I got a creepy call demanding I turn myself in. They said if I didn't comply, an assassin with a curse would start killing people. I didn't go. And sure enough, later that evening, I was struck out of nowhere by some invisible slash and killed. Whoever did it was probably testing whether I had really come back to life, while also showing off their power all in one go. And it worked perfectly. The island went into panic, with people both terrified of me for not dying and of the one who attacked me. If it really was an assassin mixed in among the locals that used the curse to do all that, we're in serious trouble. A curse that can kill someone instantly from a distance, that's not just dangerous, it's terrifying. None of the curses I've ever known work like that. They were never that convenient and all-powerful. They say when you curse someone, you're cursing yourself as well. Using a curse always comes with risks or with strict conditions. To target me so precisely, in that exact moment and place, from somewhere I couldn't even see, there must have been some really specific condition to pull it off. Yeah! Should I try to recall the color slash that hit me and see if anything else I can remember? Smashing curse. That attack, it was brutal. I changed clothes and the wound's gone now, but I can't stop the cold sweat. My body still remembers the pain. But I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of this curse. I need to think back, remember exactly what happened when I was cursed. There has to be some kind of clue. Was there any sign? Anything at all before I was struck? Wait, that's right, just before I was slashed. I saw something reflected in a hand mirror, a mysterious shadow. If I remember correctly, it was behind. It looked like warrior in armor, carrying a sword. Wait a second, could it be? Was that curse of Heike I heard about yesterday? The fuck? Where did you heard about this? Oh, Master Collection chapter valuable Yumekashiki. Curse that delivers a single hate-fueled strike from a sword. And its shadows was already here before I was hit, which means, if I can spot that armored warrior shadow again, it would mean the assassin using the curse should be nearby. Damn it, I should have asked more questions yesterday. That cursed shadow, It showed up in the mirror, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Does it mean maybe it's only visible in mirrors? If that's true, I might be able to use this Kamishimaro hand mirror to spot the shadow before the curse strikes. Should I go looking for it with a mirror? Maybe I should practice a bit. Let's try using a mirror, just a little test. Okay, here goes. It looks like I can use mirror to search for things behind me. This is kind of fun. So fun. No fun. Something I need to see. Jump scare? Jump scare? No? Let's do a little practice first. Let me try reflecting the Kamishimaro flag in the mirror. Once I can see a reflection, I can take a closer look at the hand mirror. Ah, so here you are, Kamishimaro. Okay, this works. Maybe using the mirror isn't the important thing, but rather not looking at it directly. I should also reflect a bit more on what I know about Unkakudana. Phone call? It seems that Mr. Makamura still hasn't figured out who the assassin is either. Whoever they are blending in with the locals and triggering the curse with ease. As far as I know, only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could use a curse like that. Is there really someone like that on this island? Ooh, Curse of Raging Waves. As for how actually stop the curse of the Raging Waves, the information Tsuo gave us this afternoon might help. Oh, yeah, my bad. Tsuo's information. Earlier today, after Mr. Wakamura told me to wait here, we snuck out and went to talk to Tsuo. We learned some rather important info here. There? Are you kidding me? Wakamura's fixing to hand you over to someone to try and break the curse of the Raging Waves? Treating people like they're nothing but tools, they're just plain awful. Exactly, but if we can figure out who to lift the curse ourselves, then maybe we won't come to that. Cannot read. If you know anything about the curse of the Raging Waves, please, we need your help. Well, of course. I don't know what I'd do myself if I lost you, Sato. Well, I reckon it's fine to tell you. I was about to tell you Zenazami later anyway. Nice. Fuck. Fuck my own grandson. I love this lady. We're just met way more. Come on, you two, I got something to show you. I promised that they'll use Zenazami tonight, but there is something I need to check, so I'll fill you two in first. Oh, thank you. August 7th, 1980-something afternoon, Kamishima Bay. Here it is, just as I remember it. So are you sure you're okay to be climbing those rocks with your injured leg? Don't worry about me, still got a few tricks left in these old bones. Truth is, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there, so it's been hidden there for ages now. Really? There was a shrine all the way out there? Oh, it's one of those bronze mirrors. I think I saw one in my history textbook once. It's kinda old and worn, but it's so small and cute. It's a beauty, alright, but there's a lot more to it than it looks. The sounds of crashing waves and the distant roar of the sea fills the air. The weather is so nice, and yet something about it has me on edge. Tsukasa? Having Tsukasa here with me means more than I can say. How far will she follow me in all this, I wonder? Whoa. Even out here, Tsuru remains her usual calm, unshakable self. Unfortunately, that only makes it harder to tell where the joke and the serious talk begins. I think I might have picked up a bit of that from her. Let's see what Sue has to say. Okay, cutie, I'll do everything for you. Sue, what exactly is that mirror? This here, it used to belong to Mara, Yuzu's mother. Wait, Yuzu's mom? Well, to be precise, Mara found it at the bottom of the old well after she came to Kamishima. The old well? That's where the bronze mirror came from? Sure is, though I don't know much beyond that, I'm afraid. Anywho, she said we had to keep it enshrined somewhere that overlooked the Southern Sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was here even back when Mara was still alive, so that's gonna be near 20 years now. That's a long time. So, does that mirror have some connection to the Curse of Raging Waves? Sure does. Listen, all I'm about to tell you is just what Mara once told me. I trusted her with all my heart, so speak as if I know it all to be true. Yeah, of course. Curse of Raging Waves isn't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out wherever they like. It's a massive curse that's been churning down off the southern coast of Kamishima for a good 400 years now, non-stop. Wait, seriously? If that's true, wouldn't it be a huge storm all the time? There's the thing, the curse had been sealed away all the time, held back. All because of a sacrifice offered up 400 years ago. A sacrifice? Yes, a real sacrifice. You don't mean, like, symbolically, you're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep the curse at bay? Exactly. Many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice, but thanks to that, the source of a curse was sealed away. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belonged to the very person who was sacrificed. No way! Thing is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effect held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker. Wait, really? So in other words, now that the curse is overpowering its seal, the curse of raging waves could be set loose again? That's how it seems. At the same time, it seems the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. Even with the seal very thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It's managed to hold back the curse of raging waves for the past 10 or so years. The mirror doesn't hold a candle to a real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse. Right, so if it wasn't for the mirror, the curse might have already swallowed up the island. But if that's the case, Mara wasn't a curse bearer trying to unleash a curse at all. In fact, she was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to hold it back, right? Well, that's true, but it ain't quite the whole story. What do you mean? To explain what I mean, I need to tell you about where Mara came from. I thought no one knew where she came from. Sorry for keeping it from you. The truth is, Mara was descendant of a place called Taishima, an island that was wiped up of a map long ago. Wait a sec, Taishima? Isn't it the place where the curse of raging waves started after it got invaded or something? That's the one. Hold on, I heard that Mara was descendant of the people who destroyed Taishima. I heard that Mara was descendant of the people who destroyed Taishima, that she was one who brought the curse. Quite the opposite. Her ancestors were the ones being destroyed. Well, dang, that changes the story. Oh my god, the colonials. But what does it mean exactly? Mara told me that folks from Hiroshima passed down a duty from generation to generation. A duty? She said it would be 400 years since a disaster during her generation, and it meant she had to be one to see it through. To carry out that duty first, the curse of raging waves have to be removed once and for all. They needed to wait for the curse to weaken, and a generation passed for that to happen. So the duty wasn't to stop the curse, that was just the first step. Right, Mara came to Kamishima because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently, she spent years waiting on the island, watching for a sign the curse was starting to weaken. Eventually, she ended up marrying up little Tosuke, my little Tosuke, but it seems that it was never part of the plan. Nice. She often used to chuckle about it, saying that you never know where or when the fate will bring someone into your life. I had no idea. Then we come to 5 years ago. 385 years since the curse of raging waves had begun, she said the time has finally come, that the curse was now weak enough. I still remember her saying how if she offered the mirror now, she could remove the curse for good. She could complete her duty. Remove the curse for good? Well, even hearing all that, I was still only half convinced the curse wasn't just an old folktale. Yeah, I don't think anyone can blame you. So then, what exactly was her duty? She said she'd only tell me once it was all over and done with. Oh right, the Southern Sea disaster. In the end, I never got to hear what her duty was. Mara was taken by the sea before she could tell me. The disaster was a mess inside. I couldn't think straight for ages. Now, with all that going on, I figured it was time to finally talked about what happened. That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mara suddenly said the time had come. She headed out to the sea, bronze mirror in hand, ready to end the curse once and for all. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it. She failed? And then that triggered the storm and the whole disaster? That's how it looks. Thinking back, it hadn't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it, felt like the time was running out. I think she tried to end it, and the curse just slashed back, causing the tragedy. I know folks want to blame her, but I could never really say anything to stop him. Imagine... Imagine some random girl will find out about it earlier than Yuza. This grandma really doesn't like Yuza. One curious thing though, Mara took the bronze mirror with her when she set out. But when Yuza was the only one found alive, he had the mirror on him. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him. Some miracle. Got a little water. But at the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe. Yeah, when they found Yuza today, I remember bawling my eyes out. I was so relieved. After that, I offered my little prayer of thanks to the mirror and quietly returned it to the shrine in the bay. For the next 5 years, there was no sign of the raging waves. Everything stayed calm up until now. It does explain a lot. But there's still one thing I can't quite make sense of. What's that? Why is mirror not broken? I know she took Tosuke with her, as he was the one who handled the boat, but I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her too. Ah yes, that's a bit odd. As I said, he doesn't remember a thing, so we'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention that Mara's so-called duty also still remains a mystery. All that's left is a bronze mirror, and 5 long years since then. Darn. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, the curse of raging waves would fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say the despair is settling in. So something just came to mind? What is it, Tsukasa? Yuza is Mara's son, right? So that means he's also a descendant of Daishima. What if Mara passed down the duty to him, taught him how to deal with the curse? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things out if she couldn't. Now that you say it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truth is, I've been wondering if the boy is starting to remember something. Oh? It's not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know? Since we're finally talking about all this, I figure it's time I ask him straight. I see. Though honestly, Yuzu couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone from us. I thought the same. That boy is transparent as glass. So listen, Sato. You need to tell them there is no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror is holding the curse of raging waves back for now. Yeah, and maybe Yuzu actually knows how to get rid of the curse with that mirror. Yeah. But it didn't work for Mara. Not with the bronze mirror alone. The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know... Sato, you okay? You're acting kinda weird. I, thank you to you for telling us all of this. I think it's time I told you both something too. Something? I, I actually remember something the other day about who I used to be. Wait, you mean you remembered even more? Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything sooner. I guess I'll just spill it. I'm the one who was sacrificed here 400 years ago. That was me. Huh? What? Wait, hold on. 400 years ago? You pulled my leg at a time like this? No, you see, the truth is... Well, LB, so you're telling me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulling my leg? This one's a bit hard to swallow. I think the reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago after sleeping deep down on the seafloor. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back. Whoa, wait. So when you said you've been asleep for hundreds of years? You mean you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean? That's awful! That's right, I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. It wasn't to remove it, though. It was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was just a temporary fix, a stopgap until someone found a way to remove it for good. That said, it did last 400 years, I suppose. That's hard to even imagine. But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened. Weakened? And no way to end it should have passed down. You mean by Mare? I guess she never had the chance. Maybe there's a chance that she did pass something on Yuza? Maybe, but if she didn't, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again. Whoa, Sata, no, that's not how it has to be. It has to be the reason I'm immortal. Sato. I never should have woken up. Everyone's here took me in, even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all the warmth, I keep quiet, I'm so sorry. But if it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again. No, Sota, don't talk like that. You already protected us for 400 years. That's more than enough. I refuse to let you go through this all again. There has to be a reason that you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. I know it. She's right. We'll find a way to keep you safe through this, Sato. Who is acting? I'm sorry. Reading grandma really fucks me up. That's crazy. Okay. Curse of Raging Waves. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the source of the calamity during this time. It is believed that Mari Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only to her failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. Maybe all of you, all descendants of Taishima, are immortal? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. I got a bit overwhelmed back there. But Tsuyu and Tsukasa both told me that there was no need for me to be the sacrifice. Still, I can't help but feel I have to do something. Of course, if there is anything I can do to avoid being sacrificed, I'll do it. After talking with Tsuyu, we put the bronze mirror back in the shrine. Was the curse so unstable right now, moving it away from the shrine seemed a bit like a bad idea? Tsuyu said she planned to tell Yuza and Amame the same thing she told me. And if that leads to anything new, that let us know. Slashing curse. I should also reflect a bit more on what I know about Unkakudana. Threatening phone call. The killing definitely would stop with just the attack on me. Even the man on the phone was ranting about killing everyone off one by one. But at least for a moment, it seemed pretty quiet outside. Still, there is no telling when it will start. If the color really can wield the curse, maybe tearing them down wasn't the smartest move. And again, there is no way I was just going to hand myself over. And like Shotaro said, there's also a chance that the color was working for Nkokudono. The bronze mirror definitely was something I owned a really long time ago. I never imagined it held power strong enough to suppress a curse though. But even offering it up didn't fully get rid of the curse of raging waves, which means there must be some other condition that wasn't met. The real key to ending the curse that would to be tied to something, or someone, related to Mare. Hopefully Tsuyu will be able to tell the others more about that. That said, it's possible Kakudona already has the same exact same information. Do you want to think again? No? Okay, if I can catch the shadow with the mirror before anything happened, then maybe I can find the assassin right as they're about to use the curse. Wait, one problem. If anyone on the island sees me now, it'll just cause more panic. I have to stay hidden while I move around. We're gonna move? Hold on, let's check if I missed any birds around. Okay, move. I guess for now, I just need to do whatever I can. If I can find an armored shadow again, maybe I can at least deal with that curse. I have to try and avoid places with lots of people around though. Can't take shadowings. This area seems pretty empty. Time to take a look around while I have the chance. Okay, let's take a look around. Maybe we can find that shadow with the mirror. And I'm looking around under these circumstances. Even normal stuff starts to look suspicious. Relax, relax. Do you think we're gonna find it? I don't think so. Still, even if I do find that shadow again, does it mean I'm going to get slashed again? Surroundings. Come out here to the ruin alone feels so strange now. Any birds? I don't think it's here, but maybe. Okay, well, let's move. Nobody around here either. Let me look around. Oh. What the? It's there. I saw it. As I thought, I can't see anything directly, but it's right here, right by those rocks. Which means the assassin should be nearby. Who's that? Huh? Who is that? Damn, they took off. Wait! Uh-huh. Off. Damn it, I lost them. Well, someone's as out of shape as me never had a chance to catch up. I don't really even know if they went this way. This is hopeless. Damn, I'm completely out of breath. Oh, I didn't think this was far ahead. What did I think I was going to do if I actually found someone? Anyway, running around in the dark isn't gonna get me anywhere. But I did see the shadow again along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like that the second I saw them was just the most obviously suspicious thing they could have done. It pretty much confirms there is an assassin, just using a curse to attack people on the island, just like the phone call it threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? I mean, I'm not exactly built to fight. I'm pretty sure I lost just about anyone. I can't do this alone. I have to find someone to help me. But who can I even ask at the time like this? Wait, hang on. Wasn't Sue supposed to be meeting with Yuza and Amami down the bay? Oh, please no. I gotta get back to warn her, now! Now! Huff. And breathe, it's so out of shape. Huff, I'm here, barely. No! Tsuyu, wake up! Was I too late? No, this isn't happening. Wait, what about Yuza and Amami? Weren't they supposed to meet her here? There are footprints, maybe they've run to get help already? Tsuyu! Oh, this is the same wound as mine. It's hopeless. She would have died in an instant. There's nothing anyone can do. Take the mirror. Take the mirror. I'm so sorry. I'll come back though. I'll make sure you're probably laid to rest. Damn, that's gruesome to go around just on a corpse trail after that. So they returned to the island city center, which had turned into a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victims to the curse. Bloodied bodies lay scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming and confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Holy shit! Many clung to the lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. Despair, Hajime. In the midst of chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Sato Shiranami, wandering through the devastation, overcome with guilt. If she had only done more, maybe the strategy could have been prevented. Time traveling curse. If I had just listened. Oh, she's not here. But she gave everybody mirrors. Kikuko. I mean, she's suspicious, but I don't know, I like her. If I had just done what the damn phone caller had told me, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault. It's all because I dared to hope that I could keep on living. Fake corpse? Fake blood? This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body, my life, maybe it's better if it just ends. Surrender to the assassin right now. If that stopped any more people from getting hurt. There's a pool of flesh blood. Someone must have collapsed here too. Stickers? Any stickers around? Oh! Hi. Thinking time. I have to find the assassin. I need to tell them that I'll surrender before more lives are lost. Oh. Fun, sorry. Mr. Okamura, where did you... Sato, where is Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Wow is right now. Huh? Tsukasa? Why Tsukasa? Can't believe I missed it. I figured Kakudana had a couple of secret kids stashed somewhere. But Tsukasa Wow, she was the one all along? You're lot been keeping it secret from the start. What? What are you talking about? That goddamn assassin gotta be working for Kakudana, so it has to be her. Where is she? Gotta get my hands on her and put the end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk. No, not Tsukasa. Probably at the bay. I think she's down by the southern bay. The bay? Got it. This was close. I gotta go find Tsukasa before he does and warn her. If she really is hiding, I bet she'll be at the Kantekisha ruin. No time to waste. No way, it's my girl Tsukasa. Tsukasa could never do anything wrong. Someone's here. What the hell? Oh, Sato? Sato, Yuza just... Both of you need to get out of here. It's dangerous here. Hurry. But what about Yuza? There's no time. Just go. And where are they gonna go? Oh, there's more. The tragedy of Kamishima, Sato Shiranami, summary of previous events. Mysterious deaths continue to occur among the island's residents, and it is not long before the same tragedy befalls Yuza, as Ami and the others are left helpless and overwhelmed by grief. Isn't it the plot of like that manga called Aijin, where the character didn't know they were immortal, but they turned out to be immortal, and then, you know, stuff happened? I never finished it, but I do like it. I even own a volume of it, which is rare for in Nero economy, in Nero household. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? Oh, Yuza is alive. Oh no, he's not. How could you just die like that out of nowhere? Managed to live through the disaster 5 years ago just to die like this? Yuza isn't immortal. Sure. It's still the whole island turned on you. Blame your mom for everything. They rejected you even when you said you wanted to become a nama diver. What the hell did you even do to deserve that? But you never once complained, just keep going like it was nothing. You did everything right. Someone like you deserves so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it. I would have done anything to make that happen. Whoa. Yet I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry, Yuza. It shouldn't have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think... goats? How could the gods think this is fair? How? Is he overdoing this? Hey, Tsukasa? Sorry, I know it's a terrible time. There's something important I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead. Sticker time. No. Not a single one surroundings. There aren't many people around here, so it's nothing like the chaos in town. It's so quiet in here. It almost feels like the whole nightmare earlier was just a dream. If only that were true. Azami. Should we leave him be for now? Azami, is this you? I'm more suspicious of Azami than of Tsukasa. Compared to how shaken Azami is, Tsukasa seemed rather calm, given the situation. No, don't be bad, don't be evil. She's probably wondering why I'm staying so composed right now, too. Try to stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamura earlier. Apparently this Nkakudana person might actually be your father. Oh. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, are you serious? You're saying my pa, Yamashina, is Nkakudana? Oh my god. This was so obvious. No! No! 70 years old? The fuck? Okay. That's what he said, not sure if it's true or not. But Mr. Wakamura already made up his mind. He's convinced that you're the assassin. If he finds you, who knows what he'll do? Huh? That's crazy talk. Me? An assassin? Come on, that makes no sense. And she also... Is it this, like, he wants to make her his... Oh my god. I know, I don't believe it either. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible. Yeah, but it's easier said than done. I did not get this one, unfortunately. It's fun though. Sato, Tsu's gone and so is Yuza. Yeah, I never thought it would come to this. I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now? Didn't manage to find out any more about the curse of raging waves, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier, down by Bay, I saw a cursed shadow again, as well as someone's running away. Wait, the shadow. Sorry, I need to check something curse-related real quick. The curse? Oh, right, earlier Huh? What is it? Are you trying to remember something? Hey, bitch. I'd rather sell out this guy than my cute girl. Cute girl stays. I don't care what anybody thinks. She is innocent. Shit, it was pretty. It was like put two and two together that she was Nkakudana's daughter. I'm still searching for a sticker. I know, I can check with the hand mirror to make sure the shadow isn't nearby. What she's looking at. Ah, damn it, what was it? I can't remember. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Tsukasa, what's the matter? I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuzu realized something important, but I'm blanking on it now. Everybody has a temporary memory losses, okay? Huh? Something important? Yeah, Yuzu said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I swear he said something about people being marked by something, but I can't really remember. Oh yeah, the feather in your head or something. He was just about to say who the culprit was too, and then, well, that happened to him. Marked? Oh, I can't remember, just thinking about that moment makes me sick. Oh, no, Tsukasa, it's okay, don't force yourself to remember. I won't, but still, I do remember one thing he said. He thought that the curse could only target women from the island, and... But now that he was targeted... Oh, hold on a second, I think I see what he was getting at. Or maybe the mirror is the condition. Sato, did you figure something out? Could be the curse using this as a marker. What is a marker? Mirror. Huh? A mirror? That's it. The Kamishima Maru hand mirror. Gotta be that. Yes! I knew it. Oh, fuck, my girl. No, my girl. No. My girl. No, not her. Where is she? No, my beautiful lady. And she disappeared from her place. Oh, of course she was a fake corpse. I knew it. You just took that mirror out of a pocket right before it happened. He lifted it up above his neck and then his head was chopped off. And when I was attacked, I had the mirror in my jacket pocket too. That's gotta be it. Didn't they say those who had mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island? Well, Asami, you feeling okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry you had to see me like that. But if we are this close to finding out who did all this, then this is no time to be moping around. First thing first, if either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now. Oh, good point. So, Sato, you figured it out, haven't you? The one behind the curse? Hold on, let's remember her name. Kikuko. Kikuko Tsutsui. Kikuko Tsutsui. Okay, I'm ready. The assassin who used the curse to kill so many. I know who it is. Yeah, I got the person who gave out the hand mirrors, so... Kikuko Tsutsui. It has to be Kikuko, right? Hmm? You saying she never actually died? Wait, you saying Kikuko was killed too? Yeah, we saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty. You did? I was just here earlier. I remember seeing a large blood stain, but no body. Really? I guess someone must have moved her? In all this chaos, who got the time to move a body? Was everyone panicking like this? This is really Scooby-Doo. Where would they even move her? There are so many dead, we barely have time and place to lay folks down to cover them up. That's true. And maybe she never actually died, managed to get up and walk off on her own? But if Kikuko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse attack? Wait, if she managed to get up from the dead... I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you, Sato? She's just faking it. What's wrong with faking it? What? No way. Huh? What was that? You said that so casually, but I could have sworn you said Sato is immortal. Well... It's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. Oh, so that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about. Still, I don't think there's others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. She's so awesome, I love her. I have another theory that's more likely. Asami, did you get a good look at Kikuko's wound? I mean, not really. It was pretty dark out and we were kind of panicking. Wait, so you're saying maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? The most likely explanation is that she got up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim, used fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her and then just slipped away in the confusion. Huh? Guess the cat out of the bag. Evil Kikuko is... Huh? Guess the cat's out of the bag. Huh? Kikuko, you really are still alive. Yep, I had to break it to ya, but it ain't immortal or anything fancy like that, just fake blood is all. I was hiding out by the lighthouse, but then I heard all of you talking, so I figured I may as well come out. So bad you figured it all out. There really is no turning back to me now. Sato, I told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on the island. It's the shadow! Who said this? Doesn't matter. We really tossed those damn mirrors. The curse can't touch us now. Just so you know, I've got your friend Tsukasa marked even now. You're the one person I cannot forgive. Huh? I am? How? The glasses. The curse target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors. She's just bluffing. Sato, get behind me. I'm not letting her take you. Take off the glasses! Take off the glasses! The glasses! It's pointless. Disobeying me and Tsukasa will be first to die. No! I know the condition. I'm waiting. I'm not surrendering. Fuck off. The glasses, man! The glasses! I'm not that dumb! Come on! The deduction! The deduction! I don't want to surrender. No, I surrender. I'll go with you quietly. What? Sato, what are you saying? Oh, it's not the time to be joking. How the fuck that worked in the medieval time when they first did the curse? Also mirrors? I know. I've made up my mind. Can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting the curse. It's too strong. Sato, no! How Kakudona would feel if they killed his daughter, though? I don't think it's him then. Good, smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on the island would have perished. Sorry, it's a... you know the anime trope when the character is revealed to be evil and they start talking and like this. Oh. Kikuko, why are you doing this? You grew up here too. Doesn't this place mean nothing to you? I guess I have some feelings for this place. But I didn't sever those ties. My world would never change. What the hell are you talking about? He's the only one who ever sparked a change in my miserable excuse for life. Now he's finally acknowledged me. I'll become who I was meant to be. That's your reason for all this? The ants never cared about people, always just blame everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy the shithole. I just took up the reins. Someone needed to break the cycle, and I'm finally started living my own life, free from all the bullshit. Anyway, we need to get moving. There's a boat waiting out back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourself a favor and stay right here, okay? Thank you, both of you. Please don't try to follow. It's too dangerous. God damn it. No, Sato! Take off the glasses, Tsukasa. Unfortunately, I can't have people that know my identity just walk away, especially not you, Tsukasa. The glasses! The glasses! The following day, the bodies of Azami-ko and Tsukasa were found beneath the lighthouse, collapsed together in a lifeless heap. Azami, who'd been helping search for the curse mark, tried to take Tsukasa's place, but ended up caught in the curse instead. But the tragedy that struck Kamishima didn't end there. Right after the assassin left Kamishima with Satu Shiranami, a new calamity followed, the Curse of Raging Waves. Yeah, we know. A violent storm powerful Curse of Raging Waves erupted at the seas around the island. Yes, can we come back and make Tsukasa take off her glasses? As expected, the curse could not be sealed away by the bronze mirror alone. Ferocious winds and towering waves pounded the island for 3... Azami's body, too. Ferocious winds and towering waves pounded the island for 3 days and nights, leaving devastation in their wake. Most islanders who had tried to flee the tragedy by boat that night were lost to the storm and remain missing to this day. One man was the assassin behind the incident. And Satu Shiranami went along with her. She was never to be seen again. Yeah, I don't care about this ending. Can we go back? I wonder what's the solution. Not to guess ending 1, the tragedy of Kamishima. Not to guess, the lady? The Gyuko? Go. You have my heartfelt thanks for all your hard work thus far. And so the affair surrounding Kamishima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuzu Minakuchi nor Satoshi Shiranami were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular conclusion, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Oh my, are you perhaps still unsure of who you are? No need to worry, I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think on it as you move forward. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. Now we use this, mom. No. Completely broken. Is it time-based? I'm not sure yet. No, sorry, I hadn't figured out that much. Yumeko. How about this mysterious visitor, Yumeko Shiki or something? She seemed suspicious, huh? Who the hell's that? Okay, they don't want to meet. Okay, I don't care. Let's do other stuff. We did a collection here. Oh, but it's hidden? I see. So, okay, well, Arnav Barnum. Discovering the mermaids of Isubei, Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Isubei with his relative, Sir Silverlight, as his guide. What a peaceful, pleasant family. Later known, August 1980-something morning, Kawagi Town, Nakabeppa Coast. After this much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make out our way to Isubei. Nice! Take it all in now, we're standing on the coast of Nakabeppa in Mie Prefecture's Kawagi Town. Which means this is the sea of Isa, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing! Indeed it is. Come, Circe. Henceforth begin our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Isubei. How amazing! I just can't stop saying it. Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Oh well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into what's going on in this locate? Sure, I've got you covered. Stickers? Any stickers around? Oh, it's just half of it. Okay. Well, this area is now called Nakabeppa. Long ago, it was a region of Isa province known as Betsuho. Records indicated 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net, along with the code back in the Heian period. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. They had human heads with a mouth of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish. Teeth of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could those be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi? Indubitably, yes, it must have been the place. I'm getting goosebumps. Right? I feel the same way. It's so exciting. Betsuho. Betsuho is an old name for the area known as Nakabeppa Kawagi Town in Agi district, so named during the events of the story. It since has been merged with Tsu City. Mie Prefecture. Oh, they're going along the coast. said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori. We heard about this before, right? The area was a deep connection to the heike. Oh, love the weird OST. It's also said to be a location where the three mermaids were caught in the fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Who the fuck is Taira no Tadamori? Tadamori? Taira no Tadamori. Whatever, they're probably gonna talk about it or something. The endless expanse of easy sea, the eternal world, may lie beyond this horizon. After all, the Issa province is the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world. The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be the mermaids hail from such a place? Circe Lunarlight. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunarlight family. The Lunarlights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Circe has received education in this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I thought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Issa Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myth and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Near Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Circe Lunarlight, a young exorcist from England currently on exchange in Japan, possessed a bold and willful nature. She harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she shows a naivety appropriate to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is the third daughter of Ciara Lunarlight. This is Blue, the current head of a matrilineal Lunarlight family. As a long line of exorcists based in England, along with her two older sisters, she had received specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child and is currently in training as an apprentice. As the being known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts and curses. What she does as the exorcist is fundamentally the same which the Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Nice. Enjoyable. She's very Alice Tsukihime. Primary spiritual abilities. Guardian spirits, the ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and invoke the powers to exorcise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. She is 100% Alice Tsukihime. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Circe who cast a spell on the paper. Ooh. Drowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of a target's spiritual power. Although she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute, during her time in Japan, Circe had been spending more time traveling around the country, sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervision in charge of her training was all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she is afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Circe is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu. A girl with a potent spirit sense and his senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in an equal measure, and it's not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with me upon first visiting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. Sweet, so sweet. Talk about this place. Kage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Tsu-City. There is something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of a heike, a branch of Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise province, then you absolutely have to mention the heike. I do have the best understanding of the topic. The heike took the part in Genpei War, correct? That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the heike, ooh, love this sprite. Among the heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appeared in many creative work concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the heike's high social standing. So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like this, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? Whoa! I disagree with that. I do not support those. That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them. I suppose you are right about that, then memorize them. I shall. Apparently, Tadamori was born in Tsu-City, in a place called Ubushina. So that's why they call the area the birthplace of a heike. Tsu-City is located in the center of Ise Plain and the capital of Mie Prefecture. Previously known as Antotsu, Tsu-City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Tsu-City is also known as the birthplace of heike. The Ubishina area in its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born. Okay. Talk about this place. This is the metropolitan center of Mie and the locus of historical events. I guess it makes it a perfect place to start a new journey. Talk about Betsu mermaids. Betsuho? Can we go back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of three that were caught in fishing nets? At the time, the lord of the area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. Oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them based. What a waste. However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaids and ate it himself. So, what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Well now, tasty, is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? That's all I could find in existing records. Then the act of eating mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose there may be other requisite condition, wouldn't you say? Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitnesses reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more mortals walking around. Ooh, contesting the myths. Okay. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that the Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off wisdom. And that's the hypothesis I can get behind. Okay. Talk about the Heike. I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Let's go with the Heike. Taira no Tadamori. Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of Ise Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Oh! Yoshitora Yatagawa, the exemplary warrior Taira no Tadamori, adapted from National Diet Library of Japan official website. Nice. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo Noma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Ise Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of a strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he has amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disciplined to indulge in luxuries. They say this about every single person who has ever... They said the same shit about Lenin, And maybe it's true, but I don't think it's that big of a virtue, but sure. Well, comparatively, I guess, but your standards is low if you think that's impressive. Nukemaru, Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemarus when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. Hot? Wow. Sorry, at this moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, which means unstealth, unshelf, unsheath, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The mermaids of Betsuha. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuha in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans and the lips of monkeys with the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in a local fisherman's nest. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo. Okay, we talked about this before. Ningyo... What's the name for the mermaid? Why did I forget this? Am I stupid? I am. Mermaid in Japanese. Ningyo, really? It is the word for Japanese, for the mermaid. What about... Hold on. We need to do this. We need to do this right now, or else I will never do this. Where's my Anki deck? Anki deck, here we go. And we need a kanji for fish, which is sakana. We love the kanji. We go into my deck, we're going to browse it, and we're going to search for every card that has this kanji. Blah blah blah. Ningyo. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Really, it's not here? Ningyo. Oh, Ningyo and Gyoroi. No, isn't Gyoroi? It's just Control C. Gyoroi. Gyoroi is just fish. What's the other word? Ningyo and Gyoroi. Is there another word? Did I made this one up? Ningyo. Ningyo. This here is just uses sakana. This here just uses sakana. This here just using ningyo again. This is sakana. This is ningyo. Wait, is it? It is ningyo. Gingyo? Gingyo is the goldfish, I guess? Any more kanjis with a fish in it? It's also ningyo. It's also ningyo. Okay, something brainwashed me. Ningyo ni wa shiroi ga atte, onyuroi to kyoroi no ga iru. Okay. It is like fun. Yeah, this sentence says that there's types of mermaids. They're like, one of them are mammals and the other one is types of fish. So maybe that's also the way how the story treats mermaids? What's this one? Gyeonaya, which is a fish market. Anyway, yeah, we did not find out what I wanted to find out. But we got close, Never trust your Anki-dog with anything. Yangingo means mermaid, that's true. The original Japanese word for mermaid, the fishermen put two of them in a box and had washed up with them and preserved them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unraveled by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said the Romanian mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them delicious. There is one thing I should warn you about, though. Oh? This group sometimes refers to as Isataira as well, which makes things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as heike. Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Isataira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to family within the clan that includes Tadamori and Kiyomori simply as heike. Her family features prominently in the stories that we are interested in, so I'll use heike most of the time. Plus, it has nice ring to it. Either way, it works for me, so do as you like. The Tale of Heike also used heike. Yeah, that's true. For one reason or another, I've been watching a lot of bullshit connected to the story. Like, I watched the original Godzilla, which I was talking. Wait, did I tell you about that I watched the original Godzilla because it was mentioned in this story? I don't know, I just did. It was a pretty good time. It was actually really fun. Loved Godzilla. Also really liked the cinematography in that movie. It's really nice. It's a really good looking black and white movie. The cheap viewers, not again. Geopolitical cavity stick. That's a nice name. Anyway, nice bot name. I also read Takitori Monogatari in English, and I almost finished it in Japanese, which is Tale of Princess Kaguya, Takitori, Tale of a Bamboo Cutter, and I watched the Tale of Princess Kaguya. It was actually, I could have streamed the next day after I streamed last time, but instead I was just watching Kaguya, which is a really good movie. It's a Ghibli movie, 2013 Ghibli movie, superior 2013 Ghibli movie. It's really, really nice. It's really interesting adaptation. Is it? It's pretty good. It's about feminism somehow, and it's also about how urbanism sucks as usual, and all that fun, cool stuff. Yeah. Tale of Heike also uses heike. Yeah. I also started a bit of a Heike Monogatari, but I watched just like intro, and then I get distracted by playing Slay Spire. You're awfully particular about this, but I like that kind of tediousness. Talk about Heike. Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated. I believe I know this one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo! The clan has chased out of Kyoto and pushed farther and farther west until they were eventually wiped out of there. It pains me to think of such a splendidly glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More is the pity. That's why the Heike resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remains even today. Shrines and monuments have been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. And now we reached your particular field of expertise. Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, the resentment extraordinarily persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one ever remember who caused the most trouble. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by the lingering grudges? Much of the Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But it's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are different story altogether. That's some troubling to hear. Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike. Excellent. I believe we've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all. Let's get to it. Fish in the sky? No. Okay, move. Anno Town. Ooh, we're going around. Later known, August 1980-something. Morning, Anno Town. Kusawa. Well, it would seem we have arrived. And where are we now, Circe? This is an area in Anno Town known as Kusawa. I love those parts when we just go around Japanese towns. Kusawa is quite famous because of a Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it. I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. What, really? She's surprised indeed. Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. Ignorant foreigners. The reason I requested you to be my guide was for you to teach me about things like this. I guess that's true. Okay, I understand. I'll be counting on your explanations. Anno Town. Anno Town is located in Age district, so named during the events of the story. It has since been merged with Tsu City. Of Mie Prefecture, located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of tsumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such ways as to be semi-transparent. Nice. Please, I want a bird. Please. Yes. Mockingbird 16 discovered. Yes, yes, yes. The fabled beauty of a serene Japanese countryside. It's really charming. Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, right? Summer, alright. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be a home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement. Oh, she's so cute. I can see that. Let's try to give a cool head, shall we? Shrine. Was down there some sort of shrine? This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. Circe Lunalight. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If everyone should be shaking things up here, it ought to be me. The Legend of Yao Bikuni. The legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kasawa, Anno Town. Long ago, 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. It kind of clashes with the knowledge that we have now, right? After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country, or maybe not. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yao Bikuni. The tale of Yao Bikuni, a bi, bi, bikuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yao Bikuni legend passed down the Mio prefecture as it follows. Upon a time, beautiful girl Asata lived. Yeah, we just heard it, right? One day, when Asata was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it, but Asata unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Asata didn't age a day. Snapped by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Asata traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusaba village, where her long life last came to an end. The legend of Yao Bikuni, the girl who had the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie prefecture's Ano town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in the 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated. Doesn't seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there? Obviously, not all of the legends can be true. We actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? By all means. Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At this point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in a normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. Is your theory that she just traveled from town to town, tried to live there here and there, and every time they saw her and every time like the same legend was forming or something like this? It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly, that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years in her hand, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. Interesting, Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as form of ascetic training. And if we consider the 121 location where the legend was found with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Oh my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual. I mean, it could be if you say... I mean, she could be just looking younger, you know? She could be just like 30 and still look like she's 17. It's not unheard of. Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there was 121 people. I also think the Yao Bikuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend. I wonder. Not all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim this particular location as her place of final rest. That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or something of other tangible marker to base the legend on. But would so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die around the same time? It seems pretty unlikely. Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat? That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There are likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was the term for an immortal. Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be nun for that," and became an ama diver. But It's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings. No, just wait a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion. Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. More likely than you think, little girl. Can Kusawa's legend of Yaobikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. You think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations? Exactly, but then again, the immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. 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 The appearance of being true or real.
Verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude. Again?
Verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude. Okay. Verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. Okay. Indeed, it does. I guess we can assume that the girl with the name really did live here long ago. Then something might have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with the Mara's legend of Yaobikuni from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but it does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Could it be a complement development? Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that. That's right, you've seen the prodigious imaginative power of fantasy author in action. Yeah, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yaobikuni remains in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did we come all this way for nothing? Another topic. Well, it might not have been a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during Heian period. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I've heard of Tales of Genji and the Tale of Heike. Is it anything like those? Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but it's where the similarities end. Nice try though. Well, they sound similar enough anyway. Stop being like this, Avi! Don't worry, I'm not an expert in the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's easy enough to remember, no? The Tales of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check. One more thing. The title might be the Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believe the title comes from the fact that passage 69 is set in Ise province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'd add some detailed information to the files. Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later, or right now. The Tales of Ise, a collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari. Song stories. Thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan, it is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, it greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Murasaki Shikibu? I was forgetting her name. I really like Tale of Genji. For bad reasons, for not the reasons people would like. If I shared my opinion on Tale of Genji, people would tell me to kill myself, sorry. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Arivara no Narihara, a poet of a Heian period with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. Tale of Genji is pretty good. There's a translation that this guy made. You know, what's his name? I don't remember. Shit. I wish I remembered his name that this guy made. It's pretty good. You should try reading it. It's very entertaining if you find it if you find a point in it that you enjoy, or it's very entertaining if you have a narrative about it. It is also quite hard to follow. When I read it, I had to like write down kind of like a chart of events because sometimes they name the characters different things. It's very interesting. Do you want to go to my Genji monogatari notes for fun? I think I did it before, but why not do it again? I never finished it though, unfortunately. Because I'm a dweeb. Because it's separated into like 4 books, and I only had the first one. Genji. No? Genji? Oh, it's a wrong note thingy. My bad. I remember the point that I can remember right now is that, oh my god, 2 of my favorite things from Genji Monogatari. First one is that he fucked his father's wife, and the wife birthed a son, and the emperor thought it was his son, but Genji was like, shit, it's my son. And the other fun part, fun in quotes, Genji is such a like bitch. He's a horrible person. He's completely horrible. But the other part is that one time he saw this little girl and he kidnapped her and groomed her and taken her away from her parents and groomed her into becoming his wife. Which is low-key awesome. Also a lot of cool stuff like I wish I had good recollection memory. Where is my where's my thingy? And where is it? Oh, I remembered. That's crazy that I remembered. What a great person. Yeah, he's awesome. Also, there was a character in Genji Monogatari named Aoi no Ue, Princess Aoi, who didn't like Genji. Oh, there's more. My bad. I should have read more. My bad. Who didn't like Genji, and they were meant to get married. They were like, what's the word? They were promised to marriage since very young age, but she didn't really like him, or at least that's how I interpret it. She didn't really like him, and she never liked him, and she was very mean to him all the time. But then it may or may not happen. I forgot how she died. She got so jealous of him, or like so mad at him one time, that she became a demon. Okay, I do not have the events of Genji Monogatari straight. I think it wasn't her, maybe it was the other woman. It was like the emperor's concubine that got so jealous of Aoi no Ue because Aoi always had like... She was ill, and because she was ill, Genji was always near her, so the different woman was so jealous of Aoi that the different woman became a vengeful spirit, like, I forgot it again. Why am I like this? He became a Henya woman, holy shit. And a Henya woman then became like a very popular symbol in a no comedy? No tragedy, no theater. Henya. It's not called Henya. Henya woman. No. Hanya, my bad. It's kinda originates from here, and it represents like a mask that looks like a female demon. And it's referenced a lot around the places. Well, I learned about it. I started reading Genji Monogatari because character that I really like from Yakuza had a Anya mask tattooed on his back, which is cool as fuck. Anyway, yeah, that's the story. Tale of Genji, blah blah blah. I didn't know there's more. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. Whoa, this is not formatted well. It covers the life of a man from this coming of age to his death and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. This is just like Genji Monogatari. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. I see how it can influence Genji. I see. Episode 1, Ukiburi. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe, inscribes a waka poem in it, and sends to them. Wow. Episode 6, Akutagawa mentioned for some reason, a man having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she was disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Low-key awesome. This is really speak volumes. Genji Monogatari is really like this. Feeling desperate about his future. Azumakudari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man loved the man in the quotes, embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Suguro province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River. Sumida mentioned, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the letter, moved by the feelings for the faraway home. Cool. Very cool. Episode 23. Tsutsu Izutsu. Close friends from childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed. But when the man prepares to travel too far away, Kawachi promises to visit his other lover. The woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in the garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. What the fuck? Episode 69, Kari no Tsukai. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as a priestess at Ise shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempts to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it's not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Wow. Hikaboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen, and the man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love of her is greater than even Hikaboshi's love for Hime. The fuck? He compares the screen separating him to the Milky Way that separates the two legendary lovers. Moved by the words, the woman removed the screen, allowing him to finally meet face to face. Wow. I haven't played the games, but I've watched a few streams of Yakuza. At least the poet isn't a menace to people around him. He just recites stuff. Nice. I mean, that's true, you're not wrong. I love the British girl in like Japanese clothes. Thank you so much for your information. Tell us, Lisa. There is one another thing we can learn from the tales of Isa. Adding the tale off to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Nice. Well then, I suppose it brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth. Oh, sure. Moving. Oh, this is far away. Utamigaura. Oh, it's where we found a mermaid corpse. Mermaid mummy. Later known August 1980-something, afternoon in Futami town. So it's not you who cursing them. I wonder who's cursing them. Oops, my bad. And here we find the next subject of inquiry. What place might be? What place might this be, my dear? This is Futamigaura, the coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Isa City. Then we finally penetrated by the outskirts of Isa City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Isa City was a prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Isa Province. Not bad, huh? Well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki. Ah, is that so? Well, that doesn't change the fact that Isa City is regarded as a spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location. Very interesting, but the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up a pace a bit. Surroundings. Futamigaura Sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Isa Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has ever been featured in poems from antiquity. It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore makes for quite a striking image. To make it even better, the embankment we are standing on offers a 360-degree view of Isa Bay. Makes you want to get out of the very edge to take it all in. Nice. It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view. Anything else? Nope. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered the guardian of sorts. Yeah, we know. Talk about Futamigaura's mermaids. So, does this place have any legend featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horuji Temple after Kamakura period. In that record, there are totals of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, eh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes... Oh, shit. One of those... shit. Again? Fuck. It's fine. One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Isa Province... Oh! We should take a break. I'm gonna finish this little location and I'm gonna take a break. Isa Province on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357. So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous. Whatever. The passage is as follows. From the seat of the Futami in Isa Province came and Meiju, delivering perpetuity. So, what exactly does that mean? My guess is that the mermaid was spotted at the sea of Futami, by Futami, and it was named Meiju, meaning the health and long life, because... Oh, and Meiju, okay, because it granted longevity. Aha, it granted longevity, did it! Finally, we're getting to the good stuff. Yes, it's not an account relating mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seemed the idea of mermaids granting immortality has already been established at that time. Indeed, and now we even have a name. So, what sort of mermaids was this, and what became of it? No clue. Again with the vague records, these people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research in the matter, but I can speculate on the answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people of the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaids would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Oh, exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you can only saw once after all. These people may have come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way to obtain immortality even without the meat? Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that was the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something here. That makes me think of a theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory. There's a fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And a human mermaid, which... oh, it's here talking. And a human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it, anyhow. Assuming the mermaids in question had a name, formed relationship with humans and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was one of the human mermaids variety. You have a point. The mermaids we encountered thus far have all been caught in nets, and appear to be more like fish mermaids. It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity actually these human mermaids. Interesting, that a turn would suggest. My word, would this mean that one who could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh, but I can't help but feel there is more to it. Ronan? If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. You'd agreed. Talk about interesting sighting. Speaking of which. This is entirely unrelated, but there is something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? But our conversation was just getting good. Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrance of everyone's houses. What was that? Oh, right. Those, Sumin Shirai talismans. Sumin Shirai? Yes, although in most of Japan they usually only hang up around New Year, but there in Isatawashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. Sumin Shirai, the type of talisman described with the character Sumin Shirai Shizon, meaning descendant of Sumin Shirai. Those talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms to larger objects such as hoops made of entwine, miscanthus reeds, or shimenava, scared ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound of health and to ward off illness. Many households in Isashima place Sumin Shirai talismans at the entrance of their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenava. Although most families in Japan only put shimenava up during the New Year, in Isashima they kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on a New Year's Eve. The word Sumin Shirai originates from the name of a certain figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale is generally told in Isashima as follows. On the New Year's Eve, the deity Gozutena set out to guard the princess of Ryugu. However, when the night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived in the sea for hospitality. The wealthy young brother, Kotan Shirai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Sumin Shirai, welcomed Gozutana into his home even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozutana rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Sumin Shirai from a plague that ravished the area the next year. Even since, it is said that the hanging a wealth of miscanthus reeds and charms declaring oneself to be a descendant of Saminchirai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illnesses. This tradition was survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. Nice. Love have they only remembered the part about talisman and not the part about being hospitable to strangers, but whatever. Ah! What is it? What? What is it? Now you make me angsty. Come on, Sir, you realized something about the Sumin Shirai, and didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area to the internal world. Is it? What does it mean? You already know this from the files, but regarding the Sumin Shirai, its origin goes back to the legend about the deity Gozu who was scouting the princess of Ryugu. Ryugu, you say? That's right, Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in All and Our Good Friend, The Tale of Heike. So it is. What was it again? From the bells of a Gion Shoja echoed out the impermanence of all things, right? Sounds so cool that I even memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means though. So you won't just try to gaslight the plague. Maybe. Yeah, that's the one. For its meaning, you can look it up yourself. Fine. So she's saying yes. Isashima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and Heike. And that is exactly why Sumin Shirai traditions is so well established here. Ah, that reminds me. There is something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well. She certainly is mysterious, That reminds me about Futa Migaura. Oh, it's night. Dear me, how the time flies when listening to your lecture, Circe. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away, sorry. Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain. Right, just look at those stars. Ah. Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten. Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness. Starry sky. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in the shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Circe? No. Well, I've done a bit of astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two. Excellent, do tell. Scene will never end. Talk about constellations. Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's easy one to find. Triangle, eh? Then I presume it's made out of 3 stars. Correct. Vega is a constellation Lyra. The Nep is a constellation Cygnus. And Altair is a constellation Aquila. The trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in the season. What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them? Well, first, low in the southern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpio constellation. Southwest, you say? From here, that would be facing inland and looking to the right. Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it. Vega, Orihime, Hikoboshi. Nice. Hercules. Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the Summer Triangle is formed by connecting Vega in the constellation Lyra, Vega and Altair, also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way had captivated people's imagination since time immemorial. How to find Summer Triangle overhead along August? Start by facing southwest and looking... This one? This? Wait, I do believe I found it. The star just here with a reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes? Correct. This is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Aha! I found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite a celestial cartographer if I do say so myself. I hate to rain it on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the summer triangle, so please try to find it. God, that's right. Why not try looking straight up from Altair's? Bet you can find Vega in the skies, then it. Give it a shot. This? There, this must be it. Bingo! That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Okay, where's the other 2? This one? This one? This one? I'm just pointing at every triangle that I can see. Constellations are tricky. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and it's famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival. Or should it be that one? How big is it anyway? Because they broke by the Milky Way, so it should be there. That means... Then that must mean that Hikoboshi will be the one opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right. Can you figure out which one is it? One of the other stars in Summer Triangle is the same area, so see if you can find it. This one? Eureka! I've spotted it! Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars of a Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role at the Tanabata Star Festival. Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. This is genuinely awesome. This is the type of fan service, like information that is, or like filler content that I enjoy. That is not relevant to the plot at all, but so interesting. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hands, however joy they must be. Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the summer triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of an angle. Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. This one. If my eyes as discerning as I believed it to be, that's the one. Oh, nice find. That's the Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. The Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns the nickname Milky Way Star. Ah, it does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along the starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars of Summer Triangle. How do you like that? Good work! Now you mastered the summer skies. Should I start you addressing you as Professor? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. Okay, they're too goofy to be evil. They're pretty cute. Alright then, tell me, what is another name for the star Hikoboshi? Vega? Fuck! I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. Maybe I should have given you more time to study. Oh, I'm ruined! Surprise test and our only weakness. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see in Fudamigura. I'd even go so far as to call this a ROP. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for me, Prefecture, but is there anywhere else where you want him to visit, Circe? What? We haven't visited is a shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface. You got a point here, but it's getting late, so let's save it for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. Fucked up the test. The next day! No! Okay, we're gonna take a break. 5 minutes. BRB. Where's my mic? Oh, here. Wow, not even music. That's depressing. My bad. On to summer. Little known, August 1980-something, Isa City, Toba City, Mount Osama. Whoa, talk about a gorgeous view. Yeah, I know, right? Beautiful. It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Osama observation platform. It overlooked Toba City on one side and the Isa City on the other. So that's Toba City over there, huh? What's Toba's got going for it? Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Cookie. Lord Cookie, who at one time led the Cookie naval fleet. I wonder if one of those historical figure characters gonna reappear the same way as Sato and Osato. And Osato-nan. Cookie naval fleet, yeah. Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tokushima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Amadevers in Japan. Uh-huh, I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. Mount Asama. We're really close to the island. Mount Asama straddles the borders between Ise City and Toba City, and is also known by its official name of Asamagatake, part of Iseshima National Park. It was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongoshoji, a temple located at the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongoshoji. The observatory at the peak of a mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Apparently, Mount Asama peak sits at 555 meters above the sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay coastline and the outlying islands. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is, this place, take my breath away, take my breath away. Any bird stickers around? Asking for a friend? Doesn't seem so. In the sky? We'll come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course I have my own reason for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Oh! Arnav Barnum, author, occult journalist, nickname Avi, a fantasy author, the occult journalists, books, blah blah blah, notable works include The Fiend of Ringit and the Solar Crow, Hermod's Travel, and the Borobatit, the Phantom Gourmet. Serious, this sounds awesome. Although the grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, almost evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions. He does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary abandoning his usual carefree attitude. That he's made in his far unscathed is largely owing to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid's flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of nomadic ideas. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. A bit shady. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart. A discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. Oh, so maybe it's connected to this guy? Where is he? To this guy who was searching for his familiar treasure, and it was said that the map to his familiar treasure is hidden in the mummy? Oh, everything's connected. Yep. His grandmother happened to be a relative of the main lunar light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering that through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. Nice. She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. Though I'll let myself beat you to the punch, haven't been too excited to sleep a wink at night. Talk about the Kuki Navy. First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, huh? Yes, they would put together a crew of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under the commander at the naval force when there was a battle. So that's what the navy was like back then. A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As with the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyomi Hideyoshi. Yup, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima province. That's why they called him the pirate daimyo. Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top to claim the command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him? I've heard of. He was the Demon King of Six Heavens, no? True, but that's the title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo, what an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seemed he was always butting heads with his relatives, no? For one thing, he may have had his nephew, Sumitaka, assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. I have a gut feeling that's gonna be relevant in the story. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. In the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline. Nice. Life's truly full of ups and downs. How mighty so far, he must have been quite a character. That reminds me, there is another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Oh, do tell. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinary beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. I dare say no when this is going. Whatever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. You're not wrong here. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plan, and even ran away several times, only to be brought home. I knew it, alas, that's what life was like for the daughter of powerful figures in those days. Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop here. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again, such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legends. Whoa, that clearly didn't work out because there's so many beautiful women in this story, I'm sorry. Not that I call it a happy not what I call it a happy ending. The princess may have good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? That's not how I interpret it. Well, what's your take on the story then? When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed. Fair enough, I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me though, it almost feels like Bart was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and the word of it would travel farther if the princess killed herself at the end. You're right, that would change the story completely. But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of a Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time is unknown, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual here. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days. But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old. Yes? Even if you suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age difference weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. Which brings the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter? And Agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted here to lend credibility to the tale. Well, once you start doubting, it's hard to see lies everywhere. Then she became immortal and reincarnated as a digital idol. Hell yeah! True, in the pursuit of the unknown starts with the belief, doesn't it? Well said. A certain occult researcher taught me this once. You don't say. Kuki Princess Hatsune, the Kuki clan, the pirates who became feudal lords during the second Sengoku period. Oh, hold on, more water. Gulp, sorry. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Kuki clan was just one of the many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle at the base of operation. While Yoshitaka was in service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan, was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite this position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to its illness, just 2 years after the Honoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Oh my god, Japanese Richard III? The legend of Princess Hatsune. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. She's said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as a part of political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already been promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was cut each time and forced to return home. Despairing her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land, and so the legend goes. Despite the tale preventing as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune legends remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died, or was assassinated, exactly 400 years ago. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be relevant. Is this significant? It is! A special spiritual significance is attached to a period of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800 years immortal have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. So there's a chance something happened after 400 years? Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully there. It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Talk about Amadivers. Amadivers had a long history at the Tobashima region. Evidence indicate that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably, it's said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato no Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kusaki that is considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict an ama diving in Shima province. Oh, we saw this image before. Ama divers also appears in dozens of ukiyo-e form from the Edo period. Clearly there was a popular theme. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing was not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite details. There's another point worth noting. Ama divers have long been linked to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the ama diver culture is so deeply rooted in this place, it's interwoven with the religion's mermaids legends, man. Ah yes, there's a theory that the mermaids of Isabey were simply ama divers. It does seem likely there is a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if there were originations of the legend. Perhaps, but it'd be beyond disappointment if that's all there is to it. Holy shit. Oh right. I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it. By the way, there is another legend surrounding the ama divers over the Bashima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki. The Tomokazuki? We heard about this before. It is believed that the ama diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger would drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again. Ah, Circe, please don't spread scary stories on me out of nowhere. That's why the ama divers of the area wear the Seiman and Dawan symbols on them while they dive. It is a tradition that continued right up to the present day. That must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. On another note, the ama diver of the Tomoshima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition in fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor, right up until the Meiji era. Well, it sounds like if they were true diving professionals. Exactly. In fact, after the heike were defeated as Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves... Oh, we're back at heike already? I wasn't aware that there was a connection. Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 ama divers. So the lost and found service were being employed even back then, eh? And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirit of a drowning heike. Brrr, Circe, please, you're going to give me nightmares. At least that's what depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled In the Western Sea, the diving woman encountered heike in the depths of the water. Such a deep connection to think the heike were even once depicted with ama divers. They truly are symbols of the Isashima region. Yes, but the setting for the ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go show that ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we talk about the Tomoshima region, ama divers are always going to be the key players. True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. Mind you, Nini had a crucial role to play too. Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Circe, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here. Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied. Circe, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legend, did we? And I was hoping we could move on to buy souvenirs next. You know perfectly well the true purpose of my voyage, if nothing more or less than a treasure hunt. Right. Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First thing first, let's head back to the inn. From there we can plug our next move. Heike monogatari, am I right? Sorry. But wait, there is more! Damn. Treasure Hunt, Part 1. Arno of Barnum, summary of previous months. After collecting information about mermaids and reuniting to the inn, Abby and Circe have meeting to plan for the true objective, the treasure hunt. Oh, it's Kageshimaru. Oh yeah. Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy. Sure. What do you mean by strategy? Ooh, it should be obvious. Means we collect on all we learn if we want to move forward. First, the sticker. It should be here. Search materials. Poster. It's not here! I don't believe you. Damn. This is such a nice place. Mosquito repellent. Oh, wow. Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it, and it will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than a combustible type, so they've gotten quite popular. Damn, hanging scroll. A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room. This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely. Cute. Poster. This is a poster advertising the island of Kamishima. I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too. Kami means turtle, doesn't it? So smart, so smart. Towel hanger. It may resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think it's actually a towel rack. You're close, it's a small clothes rack. I see, so that's what it is. Yes, normally it's used to hang kimonos, but this one's quite small, so I suppose it'd work well for towels and other small garments. You're quite knowledgeable. Atmospheric lighting. Extra lights for the room. A lot of attention was paid to creating a comfy atmosphere for the guests. Oh my god, so comfy. Where's my sticker of the bird? It should be here. Flowers. Dried flowers. I suppose this is the embodiment of Japanese concept wabi-wabi, or however you say it. Window. Light passing through the window. It's hot outside, so I leave them closed. Closed. This is Murakumote. It's a small inn located in Toba. It's laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I'm so jealous! You have not felt so full in a while. Oh, I wish I was eating fish. On Japanese islands. More to the poster? It's a poster of Kamishima. I just can't shake this weird feeling. Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster? The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My hunch was right. There is a presence here. No way. Come on, don't scare me like that. Remove the poster. Remove it. Ready? Yep, please proceed. You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen. Quit stalling. Oh. Yes, 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 that's what we like to see. Mockingbird number 3 discovered. Yes, yes. Anyway. Business card. There it is, yes. I worked yesterday that Cersei might have struggled to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. I love sleeping on the floor. Sleeping on the floor is based. Oh, telephone. The phone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible. Okay. Well, I trust your strategizing is going well? Indeed, there are just few things I have to check. Like what? Okay. Business card. Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier? It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. Who? Who do you meet? Cop? Maybe? First thing first, let's head back to the inn. From there we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why yes, the gentleman does have some time. I suppose that makes me the lady then? Oh, it's you. Oh, the villain, he have come up. Look at his hair. You've been following us for quite some time. Huh? He was? For how long? Since the Isa Grand Shrine, I believe. Truly, maybe you could try to give me a prize of things like that in the future, Cersei? I may appear I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. I don't know. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Ornace and Isabe searching for mermaids. Oh, he knows. Ah, you overheard everything? How embarrassing! Avi, hovering doesn't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me to introduce myself. Hmm? Why is he built like this? I'm an event planner here in this city. My name is Kippei Ikoma. Creep. Kippei Ikoma, we heard this before, right? Where was it? Mockingbirds, it's not the time. Kippei Ikoma. Kippei Ikoma. Kippei Ikoma. Kippei Ikoma. Kippei. Ooh, here he is. Testimonies indicate that the individuals in the sketch resemble the youth by name of Kippei Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. So, identity steal, probably. I don't think it's the same person. Do they look similar? The eyebrows. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see, sala planning, eh? And it says here that you're the CEO? Haha, I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own. Did you ever have any? I heard you need to get business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring them. But the free-willing and forgetful man before you does go by name Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum? Please call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen. It's a pleasure. If you like, I can list the top 100 of Isa's best features at any time. Aren't you a delight? No, I think it's a different guy, like completely different guy. It's not the same guy that went missing, and we found the bones of that guy too, right? So definitely an identity steal. And do we think he's immortal? Do we think that he's the person who called Sato and was like, Sato, we're gonna be reunited? But, I wonder... Ikoma. I wonder who he actually was in history then. Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Event Service Co-CEO Kippei Ikoma. I know he's a stalker, so big chances he is one. Yeah, true. 26 years old. 26 years old. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotions events in Isa City. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as the sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kippei moved to Ise from the countryside with nothing but the chores on his back and an eye to make a fortune. You know medieval trial of Martin with identity theft and stuff? This is kinda big Martin Gurelli vibes, something like this. His aggressiveness won him Yamashira's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kippei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectation he was for his future. Kippei is often told that he looks old for his age. But as this means he is not taking lightly when doing business, he sees this as an advantage. Absolutely, identity theft? Other question, is he actually mortal? Maybe not. This is suspicious. So definitely she works for him, and they know that Tsukasa is Yoshihatsu's daughter. Okay. Probably also an immortal, or pretending to be. I don't know about that part. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose it could be arranged? Gust of wind grazed the slowly observation deck. What do you think, Circe? Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists. Quite a blunt one, aren't you, young lady? I thought she was totally absorbed in a sightseeing, yet she noticed we was being tailed. Impressive, if I do say so myself. So, this young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze was piercing quality to it, and there is something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. Kind of funny that he is older than he pretends to be. Anyway. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Isashima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as a centerpiece of a campaign. Mermaids, huh? I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Isabei, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you were interested in the mermaids. Additionally, the Isashima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another. True, there is a lot of the famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn to pearls when they are washed away by the ocean. Oh, such a story would do wonders for diving tourists to the area. I believe these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he's trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort to his appearance. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Isazen, Mr. Ikoma? Suppose it does, I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Oh, this is where you learn about it. Have you heard of it? I see. And we know that Taishima exists most probably for sure. Another Taishima person maybe? I don't know. I'm afraid I haven't. It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some. That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time 3 mermaids lived in Taishima. Whoa, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so suppose you could describe them as such. I see, then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuo during the Heian period. Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale. However, Taishima sank about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it is said the 3 mermaids were named Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story. Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this? He was here. I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through the word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha! That would be really funny if... My bad. Run on. If that guy unknowingly have like an immortal under him. Hilarious. Or maybe he... I don't think he knows. Aha, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from? That's right, they live a modest, private life these days. When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility. I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. Oh, you for sure killed her! Damn. You killed, Yuzu's mom? Maru, no matter how many times I visit here, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see, that's a real shame. Now, this may not be such a consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh? I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding? She became human? It does ring a bell though. Why, this is exactly the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery. You say this was only a few decades ago? That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak. If the story is true, then yeah. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Isabei mermaids, Avi? No particular reason, I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's it, that's all. Fuck, if I had money, this is what I would do. I see. Well, since you traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I would love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the area you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in? I know those! I love them! Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them. Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pen flags. I can't resist them. I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. You asked, you piece of shit! Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. There really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago. That could provide us valuable new information. Amazing, a brand new mermaid legend. The real question is why? Why? There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories lingers on despite their veracity being entirely unbelievable. I suppose. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course, thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone, should you be looking to interview an AMA diver. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited life like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. Please do not hold back. I leave the two of you sightseeing. Please have a good time. Sleazy fella. Sleazy as heck. But helpful, but sleazy. If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating. Research materials. Some of the notes of taking, the information in them is not sustainable and likely of no use. Map. Upside down? This is Isabay? No? And this is island somewhere here? I don't understand. This map looks quite old. Exactly, it's also the precise reason I have come to Mia. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map. A mermaid treasure map? Allow me to explain. Oh, it's the map you talked about. Found this mermaid treasure up in the family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. Meow. Oh, talk about the map. Found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind my great-grandmother. If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard that she exiled from the Monogatari family because of your eccentricities. Excuse you, you're a psychic. That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of this is authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It was no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs. Just so, I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this. I see, a mermaid mummy. Precisely, they were rather prevalent at sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality, and a number of them even made their way to Europe. Huh. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended in my great-grandmother's hands. How are you so sure it was made in Japan? Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Truly? You found the map inside the mummy? Whoever made it all those years ago must have stuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea if it was even there. That's an incredible discovery! It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There is not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to the most thrilling discovery. More? So why did you call this a mermaid treasure map? Well, it was hidden inside the mermaid mummy, so it follows must be a treasure map of sorts, no? I see, your enthusiasm had carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed. Thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Isabay. What a shame there is no X to mark the spot. Whoa, this is quite a large area, no? Oh, here's the Isabay. Okay, I see. This is like... This is the place when they just were, then this is the area where they found a mermaid's corpse later? Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any idea how to decipher this map, Cersei? Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says? This part, I actually did some research on that. Apparently, it says, search the 95th. Search the 95th? Maybe it's connected to Issa poems? I doubt it. 95th. That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort. Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it? You know it. I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the mob's riddle. More? Oh wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip the whole map and riddle business altogether. I apologize, but that's impossible. Truly, but why? Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for. I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you never seen or heard of. Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is. It's not quite the superpower I thought it was. I say, we had enough of diversions. Let's get back to investigating your map. Okay. Let's take a good look. Pick it up. Oh? Did you notice something? It looks like something written on the other side. I see. I knew I must have missed something. You never turned it away. I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look to the other side. Ooh. Stars? Take a close look at all those spots at the back of the map. Or, Oh, this is the triangle. Okay. 95th. Oh, those? I dismissed them as the bunch of stains. Do you really think that's all they are? Eureka! Eureka! Inspiration strikes, I figured it out. It's a bit hard to see what you mean when you're looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front? Ah, you make a fair point. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I have to think of it a bit more. It's a map of Issa Bay. Judging from its condition, it's quite old. If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old, no, perhaps even more than 200 years old? I wonder how old it really is. Eureka? Eureka, inspiration strikes, I figured it out. Did you? Where's the treasure? Okay. "95th. Eyebrow raise. Fallen in love with a woman who serves in imperial court, a man finally managed to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by the screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclamating that his love for her is greater than the Higaboshi love for Hime. He compares the screen separating them to Milky Way, separates the two legendary lovers. Okay, now we need a summer triangle. Where is it? Where is it? Perfect Cherry Bay, Tova, City, Benshaw, Town, Kamishima, Ruins, Lighthouse, Kamishima, Ama, Seiman, Paranormal Affairs, Akul Craze, Toba Skeletons, Semi Triangle, Vega, Orihime, Altair, Higaboshi. Vega and Altair. So it's somewhere here, right? It's either Vega or Hikaboshi. Okay. We wanna... Hold on. This is Vega. This is Hikaboshi. Vega, Hikaboshi? Yurika? Somewhere here? I have no doubts. It's here. Behold. Huh? Why there? It feels right? I can't answer. Hope you don't mind me asking. Why would you care to show me a more defined location? Dang it. Okay, you want me to do what? Light? Here we go. Oh, it's like that. Okay. So this is Urikime and this is Hiyoboshi and this is Taishima, maybe? Look closer. Isn't this Taishima? You're right, it depicts an island on the south of Kamishima. Safe to assume this map was made before Taishima sank then? Do you see what I'm showing you? Okay, whatever. Eureka. I have no doubts left. It's here. Behold. Oh, and what makes you think so? Why, it's simple. This very sport might answer to our riddle. Kamishima? No? Ooh! Hold on. We have it. We have it all. We have it all. We need to puzzle it together. Altair. Oh, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I know it's... Altair? Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in a riddle must refer to the 95th tale of the Tales of Ise, and the title of its tale is none other than Hikobashi. Next, note how the Summit Triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikobashi, or Altair, corresponds with this very spot on the map. Yay! So smart, so smart. Place 2 and 2 together. So smart. Incredible! I should have expected nothing else. You truly are a genius, Abby. Whoa, they glazing me so hard. For nothing? Nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. So what is this place? I figured where the treasure lies. It's quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other matters first. Yeah, I want to investigate further. Can we talk to her? We may know where to look, but it's far too large an area to just start searching. Okay, other matters. Sketch. This is a sketch of a mermaid mummy that I found in the family storage. Bringing it alone would have been out of question, so I settled on just bringing it a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Circe why I'm searching for mermaids. I did tell her right now, but okay. Ashtray. A porcelain ashtray, the ashtray that came with a room. Ashtrays like this are found just about anywhere, so no one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes into the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with. This is quite nice, it did make us look at the light. Anyway. Research materials. Yup, briefcase. A bag, my faithful travel companion of several decades. Business card. It's a Gomez business card. He's the CEO of an event playing company we ran into earlier. Okay, map, research, sketch, research. Surroundings, scroll. Yada, Circe. Talk about the mermaid search. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid. Oh yeah, I had the feeling that was it. So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts. What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal? I suppose. Might as well. Considering all the trouble finding mine might be. Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired. Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic and akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity. Sure, I guess. I take you disagree with my thinking, Circe? I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Centrist. Now I'm not certain what an immortal can be. Though I'm not certain that an immortal can be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you. I prefer you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now. Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse. Geez, don't say that if I already made up my mind on everything. Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey like a modern-day Yaobikuni. That is why I went to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There is no immortality to be had till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there. Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Even if we do search the area on the map, it's in the middle of a sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on the largest spot of seafloor seems like an impossible task. You're right, that does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. He did give us his card. However, wouldn't it mean we have to inform him of the map? No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he expects a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst. True, I understand, but we have no other option. It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. And that's how disaster started. Oh my god, there's more, but wait! There is more! Treasure Hunt, Part 2. Avian Cersei's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipe Koma to investigate it on their behalf. However, he's a dick, and a traitor, and a phony. The next day. Hello, this is Akama. I'm calling you about the seafloor investigation. I asked Namadiver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. You killed her! Oh, they're back. Which is why we headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do after all. So we asked a Nama diver to investigate the seafloor in the area. I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire a Nama diver than a regular diver. Even in the age, you can still get some Amas to do contacted dives, huh? The bubbles. It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Akama is so worried. We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after, if need be. Cersei, do you have a bad feeling about this? I do, ever since we have first heard about it. So this is Yuzu's mom, I guess? I see. There's strong negative spirit energy in the air that was only intensified as we approached the spot. Something happened here. The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go? I have a talisman that repels evil, so it should be fine. Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife. Understood. Leave it to me. Fearless. There is something there. A boat? That must be the Amadiver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. You're right, there is something terrible here. Is it really that bad? It is. I can tell even from the distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There is some real powerful curse inside. Inside the bucket? Does it mean the Amadiver found something in the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out? Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious. Can you dispel curses, Cersei? It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber. That's a relief. It is really safe for us to approach the boat though? Yes, it's fine. For me at least. Understood. If anything happened to me then, I'll leave the rest to you. Like 14-year-old girl. Nice. Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Can we take it? Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Huh. That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you. No problem. Oh, it's the same symbol as before. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere? I saw it on the map. Oh, this is the strange symbol we saw on the map. It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards the exact box. That only makes its identity all more intriguing. The 3D model? There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern? It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would make quite a lot of strength to force it open. I believe this box had been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will be opened by any normal means. I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside. Then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place. In English, please? It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right direction in the right order. I see, so we have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. Look at the map. This is definitely the spot indicated by the map. Look at the box. Now then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all 4 sides. This is like 2 islands. 2, 3, 1. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. 2. No? This? Alright, I'm on fire. That's 2. No? It's not this? What? I thought it's this for sure. Or maybe it's this? It's there, found it. Good job, just 1 left. Yes, it's open! Oh my god, what's inside? Congratulations, what's inside? Let's see. Huh? What is it? Some kind of small wooden carving? Oh, is this a curse stone? Oh. Oh. Oh? Yeah, curse stone acquired. Curse of a forsaken fish. Oh my god, did we actually kill people with it? Whoa, something came out? Yikes, what is this? Make it stop! Don't wanna go. A deep and painful, resentful memory has been made in my mind. Drift forever, ill doers, be as fish, perish. You acquired the Curse of Forsaken Fish, Curse Stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the waters of Issa Bay. It can even be used at the distance, provided the large target meets the requirement. Please use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. Oopsie. So we do have that. Curse of Forsaken Fish, a curse burned from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has been the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issa Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The body of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shivering up into desiccated, fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, providing that the curse barrier knows the victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to kill humans to turn humans into fish at will. The Curse of Forsaken Fish is a result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Damn. What the hell was that? I'm not certain. But I believe we may have acquired the curse tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky. If truly you are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I going to die? I wouldn't say you're cursed, per se. There's a similar case in Tokyo last year. Hold on a minute, I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flew in my mind just now. Tell her about it. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else. You mean there isn't full memory held by the curse? It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed into the curse bearer so that its scratch full spread. Oh, and the curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by the curse echo and thus able to use the curse. Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Curse echo. Even though a curse that contains curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to preserve a curse echo, but individuals who become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or something other means can see other curse echoes. Oh, it's like Joe again, sorry. Curse stones, type of a curse tool that allows people, even people without any spirit sense, to wield curses, as long as the tool meets the above criteria. Items of any shape and size may be referred to as a curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of a curse itself. It's a curse stone, has low spiritual power. It may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of a feast of shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Yeah, we read it before. I think I just learned why the Shima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all this first. Really? Tell me! Sorry. Yeah, give me a minute. Data known, August 1980-something, afternoon, Toba City area. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Are you also a mermaid? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Ikoma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. Is he? People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He may struggle with it kind of thing a lot. Oh! Oh, it's just a piece of hair. Okay, I thought he also had something in his back here. My bad. Even when the curse fell into her lap, she managed to remain calm. Only consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all that's happened. Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses? Can we just now not bring it up? You think you can explain it without bringing them up? Well, let's see how far we get. Talk about the Ama diver. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama diver living in Toba City by the name of Namiko Suma. No, it's a different person? Namiko Suma. Do we know them? I don't know. Though there was no way he could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. Okay? I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I'm the only one who sent her out there. Is there to blame to take? It is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with this metal box the Ama diver found. Please do. So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see, so your map indicates the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to not to just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid's mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like this wouldn't have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this? I believe this was preserved not for the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that has stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun. A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made the box entrusted it was a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse. That's right. It's a curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Koma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3? I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see that the Deshima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered the wooden carving. You, Avid, inherited her curse in addition to the information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory. I wonder if he was the actual villain, would he... Oh my god, talking. Would he let you live? I mean, maybe if he play his cards right, it's gonna be fine for you to be around here? I don't know. You observed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches the curse stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down in Teishima 100 years ago. That's right, I know the truth, all of it, what happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need a bit more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry, I am prepared, but it will take some time to explain. Talk about Teishima. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Teishima and the mermaids. Please do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Teishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of 3 mermaids living on Teishima. That must have been Sabae, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Teishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appeared Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. Could it be that this guy is also immortal, but he doesn't really remember his past that well, except for maybe Sato, and right now he just works not from his previous motives, but from his newfound motives as working under the Kakushi Dono, whatever. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all cost. In other words, Teishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it means the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Teishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Teishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassals to lead his army to Teishima and do whatever he had to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality, but Hayase did not yield. even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hate that Heike felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of a forsaken fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the cursed town. But to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the forsaken fish became a cursed town. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Teishima slaughtered as a revenge for keeping his secret. This guy was the worst! Finally, he continued his advance into a sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they already fled Teishima. Actually, there were two different other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hasuna, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. Okay, hold on. So Sumitaka is probably our guy, right? Oh, he's not here. Oh, he is here. This is Sumitaka, probably. Most definitely. He doesn't react to the story at all. And Hatsune Princess is our girl, Osato. Probably. Also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaid had protected. The mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. But she wasn't, though. Okay, so this guy is Ikoma, who is Sumitake. This guy definitely talks about Yuzu's mom, but Yuzu's mom didn't have any treasure. She only had the mirror. So what is the real treasure? Or unless I'm not getting something, which is quite a possibility, we know now that she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Teishima. So we do. Putting the sentence aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vessel's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. Bang, bang, bang. My devil trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved death, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into a curse of raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Teishima, Ikoma. The curse bombarded Teishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in the final act to protect Teishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it onto the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? The small island on Teishima sank swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. So some of them survived because they eat the mermaid's flesh or something? I don't fucking know. There's like a bunch of holes in the story. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it? It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone, set out to the sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. I have an exhausted dialogue, I'm sorry. Oh, you can't? Okay, what about the box? That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. It has been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now? It was most likely sealed inside the rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time has passed? No, I believe the box unsealing may have been triggered by something. Taishima was destroyed by the natural disaster caused by the curse of raging waves, but the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out the famous Onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be of that sacrifice. Okay, so it is Sato, for sure. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she left leave on Taishima? It appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumors that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the Onmyoji... Oh, and it also kind of makes sense for the guy to have a heike curse too. If it's the immortal descendant, or the immortal guy who lived till this time, whatever. So the Onmyoji sealed it inside a wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Oh my god. Then the same Onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last for 100 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information. He wished to pass down the knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400 years lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions to how to completely dispel the curse of raging waves. Oh, indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. A curse, outbreak, Taishima, raging bears, barrier, in truth curse, perpetually active. In the event of a curse did not fade during the 400 years, it was sealed. The Onmyoji, originally responsible for searching the curse, left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by the point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbid my seal, rising from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror, bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. We have this. Third, let those who share blood with lost souls of Taishima be ones to offer a presentment. Okay. We have all of us. Actually. So that's what's happened. And that wraps it up. I got all this info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it in an enticing narrative, huh? How amazing was that? You're utterly astonishing! Wow! Incredible! Invasion of Taishima. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated in Honnoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, has steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but he now found himself at the crossroads in an era still rocked by the turmoil of war. It was when the vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sudamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was widely known to the folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be to his command. Seeing this as the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had been secretly... It was in fact Sumitaka. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, now I get it. Do I get it? Okay, it was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting mermaids on Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods on the island and sacred sanctuary. He had worked to keep them isolated from the outside influence. His adoptive daughter, Princess Hatsune. But in the myth, it was said that Sumitaka and Hatsune were meant to marry, right? Okay, this is weird. And also living in hiding on Taishima at the time. Okay, so Kuki Yoshitaka is the evil guy. Okay, this is the evil guy. Sadamune Komatsu. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, who also was living in hiding on Teshima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition. That's crazy how all these people already had this information while coming onto the island, and nobody knows about this. Was also living in hiding on Teshima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Tsumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but also secretly moving to build an army of his own, infatuated by... Okay, this guy is evil. Which one of those medieval people is actually an immortal who lives right now? This guy, Komatsu Sadamune. Gulp gulp. This was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own, infatuated by what he perceived was an act of rebellion. Shidaka gave the order for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion on Teishima. I'm so tired. Upon receiving this order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Teishima at the head of the large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Teishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines. The one after another, they fell before the invaders. Sadamune offered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the water around Teishima was run red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered the mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make the troops immortal, but the mermaids stubbornly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the blink of a death, and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry. Overflowing with resentment and anger, she breathed her lust. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining two mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the seafloor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance of a sacred land, the home of a mermaid, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment, a violent tremor rocked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by the storm. The repercussions of the desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Teishima sank beneath the waves, as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Teishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivor of the strategy were two mermaids and two islanders. What? Why would this work? They had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had in fact stayed behind as a bait to allow the others to escape. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a maid named Sumikawa, who had been assigned the duty to protect the relic important to the mermaids. What's the relic? Hatsune is Osato. We don't know who the fuck Sumikawa is and if he even alive. But somebody's evil is after Sato, so However, the tale did not end with sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but the fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage over several years after the incident. Furthermore, the curse was born from Hyasa's final moments. The curse of a forsaken fish also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered its storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji, a friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of a curse was the sacred land now sunk beneath the waters. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated the curse by the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the invaders who had looked after her during the time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm had died down, the peace was restored. A bronze mirror Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve the talisman to calm raging waves, and was passed upon person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of a frozen fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune has been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained with the curse stone to create a record of the events, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event of curse of the raging waves was not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that on the seal of the rock would be lifted the same time as the seal in the sacred land, so the record of what would happen and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to the future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mentions of the island or disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well, in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primarily military force, murdered Sumitaka, who oppressed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor the trace of their existence. So tired. What we learned from this is that they may not be a second immortal. Like, Hatsune is immortal, and we... Two mermaids and two islanders. And there's also a tale about a mermaid turned into a human, maybe? It's tricky. Who's the second islander? I think, okay, right now, after reading all this, I refuse my theory that this guy is an immortal. He's just some criminal who took the identity of this other person who died under the curse. But then who is the person who's cursed the bones and all that? There is probably an immortal, and for some reason they are evil. But right now, it feels to me like this guy is actually not just a normal guy who very informed in the story. And he also found out about Sato being on the island, and he used all this information, compiled it together, and came to a conclusion that maybe, oh, she's actually a person from the story. And he, like, roleplay LARPed as a person who knows her from her previous life or something like this. And it's all a ploy in order to... It's all ploy in order for him to get this guy off his position and inherit all his business and yada yada yada. It was also explained why she was against Tsukasa, because Tsukasa is probably the heir for the empire, and you know, those two compile together. Those two compile together to become like partners in crime, lovers, God knows what. Phew, okay. I don't think he's immortal now. Okay. But there is an immortal person there somewhere. Okay, talk about Daishima. You compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over at your own pace. Oh, thank you. Talk about the Amadiver. Their Misuma found the metal box. You mean to tell me she died? It is likely. It is likely. If we consider that the curse of forsaken fish had completely saturated the metal box, it's likely already too late for her. How horrible. Okay, so the first incident was not on purpose. What's about the second curse and the body of the lady? Of Samekawa? Who's actually Amare. Yeah, okay. Since she likely turned to a fish and died soon after. This is very, very compelling detective story. Maybe too obvious? I don't know, maybe it is too obvious. But having all the files like right here and being able to go through it, that's kinda nice. Anyway. Because right now, I'm getting the plot together by the information that these people don't have. So I wonder, so like I don't hold the story guilty in these people not knowing what's gonna happen. But I know. Since she likely turned to a fish and died soon after, there is a high chance her transformed body will wash up on the shore soon. Okay, so that's what happened to her. That tracks. Well, I did. Did I not? I did. I just did. What's the problem? Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of a forsaken fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If it's true, then let me explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the mermaids. Oh! It also makes sense. I did not catch up to it, but it does make sense. Does it? It probably does. Who died in the middle of transformation during the curse of forsaken fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest and shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. When the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Ah. It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originate from Japan are such high quality? Why you care? Of course, that doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaids mummies are authentic. But it means there's a possibility. Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of the curse. Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points of your tale I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago? My first point concerned the vassal who tortured the mermaids in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he had was a mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her? Oh, that's true. It's about conditions, right? It would mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. Ikoma. I was like, come on. As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area you describe as a sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Ryugu? Ryugu? It is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea. I see. The sanctuary has actually an entrance to Ryugu. Then that could mean the mermaids were not living on Taishima but were traveling there from Ryugu. Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender the curse so powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that the curse from Ryugu could maintain such power. That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the two mermaids that played Taishima? I doubt Sobe and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes. If that's true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years. Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be particularly impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. They could explain all the mermaids sailing around the world. They could all be the same too. Ah, all this discussion of hiding made me realize something. What is it? Do you recall the story Mr. Koma told us yesterday on a mermaid who became human? So you're suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu? It's a possibility we should consider. But what occurred only a few decades ago? Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released? Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who had lived for centuries. It's possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire. Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with, like in the Little Mermaid? That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too. I have to write this down. This could make a solid novel. Oh, I just realized something. What is it? You heard about the mermaid from the descendant of Taishima survivor, yes? That's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learn. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That said, in return I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance of Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct? Yes, it's most likely been gone for several months now. Huh? Really? A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of raging waves, and it's surged from the Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded. That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open. Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of raging waves seeping in through the entrance. At any rate, what did you want us to do? There is an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? I'm so tired, can we end this? No, it's still here! Date unknown, August 1980-something. Night, Toba City, Ryokan guest room. Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Kama everything, but I know there is some information you kept from him. Oh, did I? Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality. That's right, I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attraction, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality. Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he ever had one, was to quell the curse of raging waves. Perhaps there's that too, but he even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-tied mirror in his steed. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirrors as well as to help the Taishima descendant, right? There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what this part all about. Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now. Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose the discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima. You mean the treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh than attempting to gain immortality? Oh my god, I'm so tired. Yet is a treasure known as the Tamatebaka. Oh, mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. Ooh, so provided one had both the flesh of a human mermaid and Tamatebaka, then immortality is indeed unattainable. Boom. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I want to read this. A box offered as a relic, used by the mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box has made its appearance in the tale of Oroshima Taro as a box gifted to the eponymous protagonist of Otahime, leading to his name becoming widely known. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar to by nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it might thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to material world, but it also has been the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally unable to exit in a transient state in the material world to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant mortality. Can we end the scene? If we could meet with a Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information of Tamatebaka. I concur. If we could only get our hands on a Tamatebaka, we wouldn't have to worry about the Kama. However, it's likely he's wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant. At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her a little souvenir. Ah, what was this all about anyway? You're sure we're not going to need the iron box? Oh, I get it now. I thought we will need it again, plus you can think of it as a backup plan. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on its mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamatebaka. Okay. Phew. Please be done. Yes, yes. Oh, this became a memory now. Yep, that's it for today. I'm so tired and I'm so hungry. Oh, the rivalry. Anyway, thank you for watching. This was good. I enjoyed it immensely. This was so neat and so nice, and I'm really excited how the story is gonna unfold. Yeah. Bye bye.